Today, I am just going to test out the Neutron Cannon collector I made previously together because I'm in experimental mode and things might be different here. Plus, can we ever fully trust what the numbers say in the game file? Sometimes the actual real world is slightly different. They can skew things. I'm on a planet where I've also got my various harvesters because a lot. Not speaking into my microphone. I'm going to test out the Neutron Cannon modules in a real world scenario. But I'm also going to do a bit of exploring because that would just be boring to do that on its own. And I'm also going to, in the background, test out the harvesters. Just switch my sound a second. Never fully prepared when I come into these streams. Always faffing around, so professional. Turn those off. Right. So first things first, I'm going to be checking the Neutron Cannon modules. I've got a multi-tool that it's not this one, with a very high damage potential, potentially, but at the moment it's just in the 70,000 plus range, and that can go higher with different mods because I haven't min-maxed these. These are damage 11, damage 10, damage 12, so one of them's okay, and the other ones are, none of them are bad, but they're all S-class. So the first thing we're going to do is gather a load of these, see what we can get, and just real world test it. Just see if we can get better mods if we actually go around some pirate planets. Now, as I was saying, these harvesters, I'm getting these running in the background because I'm going to come back here and see if they've finished their harvesting. There have been some problems with harvesters, and I identified yesterday that if you place a harvester before you place down your base, that might be why they're disappearing. So if you make sure that if you're going to try and exploit, say, a resource like this sodium, I think it's sodium. I'll look inside, that'll be the quickest way. Yeah, it's sodium. If you're going to try and exploit one of these deposits, then build the base first and then put your autonomous mining units down, because they're also, hiya Adolphus Rocky, they're also the types of things you can position without a base, and then if you build a base on top of it, that seems to be making them disappear at the moment. So that's one potential reason for the problems people are seeing. Other than that, these have been working fine for me for about a year, so I want to see if they still work. And on another planet, which was a fishing planet, but also somewhere where I was getting dioxide from, this was where I discovered that the ones that you placed before the base were disappearing. So I've got rid of the ones from before the base using a save editor, and I've repositioned these ones. And these are running apparently fine. I updated them. I put some new carbon in them, I don't know, about half an hour ago. And they seem to be running fine without me having to nurse them and hang around. So we'll just run those in the background. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, because it was... In order to discover what was going on, I knew I had 3 here, and I also had a couple of atmosphere harvesters here. Oxygen. I think there might be 1 oxygen and 1 something else, whatever's on this planet. Probably nitrogen. Radon. Never remember which gases are on which biome type. So we've got a couple of atmosphere harvesters here, and we've got 3 of these. And these had stayed visible, although they had been See, there's a... I just missed it. You may have just seen through the corner of your eye there was a block. There was an asset here, and then it disappeared as soon as I climbed that ridge. And they were in that asset. There's some problems with asset spawning at the moment too. So what I did is I went into the save files and I positioned a save beacon in exactly the same spot as one of these in the general section, not in the base section. And that was also invisible. So it suggested that something was going on if you built a base over the top of stuff that you'd positioned outside of a base. So I'm just going to leave those running as well. And then the next logical thing to do would be to go and see if we can buy some decent modules. So let's start with ordinary space. I haven't really made a note of where Neutron Cannon modules are, so I'm going to have to find some. Got plenty of nanites, so it should be a reasonably good real-world test. This particular experimental branch has been doing a lot of stuttering. Maybe they've changed the rendering and it's having to load in new meshes, I'm not sure. It settles down, but anytime you go somewhere new or something new pops in, or a new animation, and you get a bit of a stutter. I think we're doing this, I'm going there. No, I'm not going there, am I? I'm going here. Mining beam, neutron cannon. That's lucky. The first place we went. So let's just do some reloads and get a few of those. Yeah, I wondered if it was something to do with their exact position on, because they're all things that have different ups and downs, and their orientation in the save file can be quite confusing. So I wondered if that might be partly to do with it. Reload from store point. But I don't know. As soon as I deleted them from that section of the save file and then built them normally on the normal base, they were fine. So that seems most likely to me. That it's just the bases superseding it somehow and just making them disappear. Almost as if it was trying to hide them because they're not your assets. I don't know. Or just a rendering issue in general. So many people have been saying in the last couple of weeks that the harvesters are all rubbish and you shouldn't ever bother using them, and it goes against my own intuition, because they've been working fine for a year or so now, and it just seems a shame to tell people not to use them just because of a silly glitch that you can avoid. I'm in two minds today whether to just manipulate these modules or not. Usually I wouldn't manipulate things on this save. But I can always revert this save. So we've got 3 of those. 3 might not be enough for our purposes, but if I start to manipulate, it would. What do I want? I want to go to a pirate system, so go to the anomaly might be the easiest. Nada and Polo don't seem to be worried about pirates. They let us go there. just think they should charge us a tax for using the teleporter to exploit pirate systems. So that's stuttering. We're in multiplayer at the moment, so that could be the players loading in. It's not a very busy anomaly because most of the people here will be on a different save, so they'll all be an experimental theoretically. Space stations. Here's one. Didn't have any stutters loading in here. This would all be new assets. It's inconsistent. There has also been an update on the Nvidia side, and that can sometimes mean that the graphics card itself is changing what's in its cache and things like that. So usually I would flush my cache if I had too many problems. These are 403. I didn't get the price of the other ones. I'd maybe go back and have a look in a minute. 403 nanites. Sounds cheaper. So is that 3 of each? Yep, 3S and 3X. The only way I can go back is I always go to a base. Let's go to a base this time. We've been to the anomaly and we've been to a different space station. So that's the first test of these. So we can test and see if these are still running. Because, say, 2 years ago, we couldn't have done that. We couldn't have gone back to them after doing those things. They're apparently still running. This was probably finished because this is quite quick. I mean, if you're in an early game situation and you want to exploit these to their maximum, first of all, oxygen harvesters are great because you can get loads of oxygen and then you can multiply your condensed carbon with the oxygen. So obviously early game you wouldn't necessarily have a Mark II refiner, but you might have a medium refiner, and then you would just let's go there because I've got too many things here. So condensed carbon and the oxygen. So no matter how much condensed carbon you had, you can start multiplying how much you've got using the oxygen. And then you can use that condensed carbon to feed these. And I don't know what goes in this. Yes, also condensed carbon. So having one of these running and then using that fuel to fuel these starts to build resources. And these are important resources like sodium, dioxide, phosphorus. You can build lots of little bases and build up your resources quite quickly and not have to be reliant on mining everything. You can just spend some time exploring planets. So while we're here, we'll go to the dioxide one. Oh no, actually, we'll just confuse ourselves as to which system we were in. So let's do that first. I'm confusing myself already. I want to go to space stations. Previous system, that was the pirate system. This was presumably the system I was in before that. Let's find out. I say presumably because there are ways when that doesn't work. There's a few stutters there loading in things. And there. I think it might be tied to the animations. No, it wasn't here. I should have taken note where it was. Here's a neutron cannon. Now this is at the standing discount of 50%, and I'm 314. So presumably that would be more like 460 odd without the standing discount. I'll buy that while I'm here. I've already got 4, but it won't hurt. Stop this running to stop the noise. Maybe go somewhere a little quieter. While I'm here, I'm going to delete this tower that I built because it was just for a demonstration in a video. Definitely a little bit of stuttering going. Right. So we have 5 of these. 3 of these. Oops. Also got a few more in here. So got another couple here. We've got one here. Move these down out of the way a bit. Some space. Too might as well to delete that or not. This is, I keep forgetting that this is an early-ish save, so I don't want to delete things that I can make use of. Right, so this multi-tool has currently got the worst module is damage of 10. And while I remember, I will quickly save here, and then I'll fork my save so I can come back to this point where I haven't exploited the system, because I don't really want to exploit too much on this save. So quit to mode select, yes. Bear with me while I quickly make a copy of my save. Staff copy. No, use staff before staff. Neutron Cannon copy. Neutron Cannon copy. I'll also make myself a bit smaller so we can see things better. So no judgment if people do like to manipulate these things, but on this particular save, it's quite a vanilla save. I don't tend to do any exploits on it. So what I'm going to do now, because I've forked my save, is I'm going to start using these as if I was exploiting them. So first things first, I'm going to open 7 of these. Five, 6, 7. Let's see if there are any good ones. So that's immediately got a damage of 12, so that's interesting. Damage of 10, damage of 11, damage of 10, damage of 10, damage of 13, that's even better, and damage of 13. So those two are both pretty good on damage. Charging speed, they're comparable to each other, and minus 47, minus 46, minus 30. That one's not that good for charging speed, so they're both okay. Ion sphere speed, I don't think that makes an awful lot of difference to anything. Doesn't make any difference to the damage potential numbers, I know for sure. But they're both around about the same and similar to those. They're slightly faster. Oh, no, the same on one of them. And what have we got? Charging speed, ion sphere damage. Ion spheres created as they're both very similar modules. Yeah, it's always +1, so that's fine. High ignition. It depends how lucky you think people messing around with multi-tools is, as to whether it's your lucky day or not, because this could be quite tedious for a lot of people. So we've done 7 openings, and we've found 1 okay and 2 pretty good ones. And that's number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 6. So 1 and 6 and 7. So if we were going to manipulate this and only choose those, what we would do is we would now reload the save. And to be honest, I would probably be only focusing on 6 and 7 and not get the first one, because it looks like we're going to be able to get some decent ones. And now, instead of opening all 7, I would just open... Oh, sorry, I would go to the multi-tool and I would take that out there and put it back in again 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. And that should be enough, because 6 and 7 are the ones we want. So now if we do that one and that one, these should be the damage 13, and they are. So I haven't wasted all of those other modules, so we've kind of exploited the system, because each time you take a module out and put it back in again, you're moving to the next seed, which is clearly not how it should work. How it should work is the seed only updates when we install a module, not when we take a module out and put it back in again. Because we're not changing anything by taking a module out and then putting it back in again. So it's clearly, I would say this is a bug, and they might fix it one day. But a lot of things stay in the game, and so that's one way of doing it. In my experience, for the Neutron Cannon, the closer the charging speed is to -50, the bigger the damage number. I would suggest that that has to be the case, yes, because I've done quite a deep analysis, which I haven't made a video about yet, and there are only 3 stats that count in the Neutron Cannon, and that is the damage, the charge speed, and the basic module. Whatever, I don't think it has a name because it's not on the screen, but there's a basic module. So they're the only things that count. Nothing else counts at all for the damage potential numbers. So now I get rid of damage 12, damage to get rid of that one as well. But I can just delete them, because we've forked our save anyway. We're not going to use these really. And now I can put those in there, and we're up to a bit better. I mean, this isn't ever going to be, I don't think this is ever going to reach the super high levels with these S classes, but we'll see. So yeah, but I mean, if we don't share these ideas, then we can't ever do them. So for the time being, we can do them. But the person that shared this with me first, it was over a year and a half ago, and I made a video about it. Other people have talked about it. They've not touched it. They've not done anything with it. So if they ever do fix it, it'll be ages. It's a little bit like the going backwards and forwards between guilds and getting the upgrades for things like the multi-tool upgrades. But it is min-maxing, isn't it? No matter how we spin it. I don't think this is anywhere near as bad as getting the best modules from somebody online. For instance, I could just go into the save editor and put in somebody's module seed And someone kindly sent me a module seed that is very good that I can use for testing purposes, and in one of my comments recently, and I will probably use that for testing purposes. But yeah, exactly with me. I had been in I'll just read that out just in case later people aren't reading the notes. That guild exploit put me off the game big time. I'm glad they fixed it. For me, that completely ruined the idea of building up cash in the late game in order to do things like maximizing your multi-tools. Like, for instance, with this one, I haven't maximized this multi-tool. And I could just find 2 guilds that give away multi-tool expansion slots and just go between them and fill this tool up. And that would just feel like I hadn't earned it. And it just felt, yes, you can turn these things off, but in a normal game that I'm not exploiting, in the background I'm thinking I could just do that, I could just do that. And it was annoying because of that. It was annoying that we could just simply do something that is so expensive. And yet maybe Hello Games should make those slots just a little bit cheaper, like they did with the ships. But until they do, it's an exploit that's just one step too far, I think. Yeah, and Adolphus Rocky sees it the other way around, and I can see why. I can see why you'd think, well, that's not fair. We had a good thing going there, and but then you can always just turn off costs if you really wanted to. So it just made the game unbalanced as far as I was concerned. Right, so we still have 5. So we might as well. I did make a save, didn't I? But I'll just make sure. Especially while I'm chatting, I can very quickly lose track of where I am. And we'll do the other 5 and see if any of them are decent. 1, 2, 3, 4. I could be doing these in parallel with the X if I really wanted to, but then I'd be wanting to write things down. I wouldn't be able to chat as easily. So damage 10, damage 10, damage 10, damage 10, damage 10. So none of those 5 are particularly useful. So we'll reload the restore point. Well, it's like in this particular save, this save I was going to different expeditions to get things like multi-tool expansions, whatever they're called in the game. I can't remember. I think I've got some multi-tool expansion slots, yes. And so I felt like they were hard earned, and then I'd come back and I'd think, oh, I could just go to a couple of guilds and get some. It just felt wrong. Where was I? I did 5 and none of them were any good. So let's take these out. 1, 2, 3. Then we'll put them back in again. Here. 2. See, I'm already getting confused again. 3. And then I want to I've got 10 there. What did I do? Did I just delete them? No, they're there. I'm going blind. I've actually got 15, so I can do a bit more experimentation. So I've just done 5. I've just done 3. It isn't conducive to conversation at the same time. That's 5 if I put them back in. Right, so 1, 2, 3. Got quite a lot here. Let's make some space. Let's move this over here. Don't really want to use a supercharged slot. I mean, there was a stage not long before the update when they put when they changed the guilds, where I was hard rotation going into my game, sending out my entire frigate fleet, quickly gathering all of my plants, building as many neutron, not what they called, building as many of the full crafting things as you could, selling them at the best pirate station I had ever found, so that I got the maximum amount for them, and then I'd just log off and then go about the rest of my day, or play the game or whatever I was doing that day. And then I'd come back the next day and I'd do the same again on a hard rotation, making sure that I was maximizing all of those things so that I could get all of my multi-tools in my other save at maximum. And then they come along and put the guilds there and allow them to just pick up stuff every day and just go from one to the other. And it felt like, well, why had I been doing all of that? Why had I just been hard rotation crafting when I could have just waited? It'd be a lot easier to find decent S ones when I've got this many, and I've got nowhere near as many X. So maybe I'll go and get a few more X's in a minute. So, damage of 10, damage of 10, damages of 11, damage of 11, damage of 10, damage of 10, damage of 13, damages of 11, damage of 10, 10, 10, 12, yeah, 14. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. That's a nice one. 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13th one. So we need to do 12. Anyway, I was in Reddit comments constantly saying this is broken. I sent a bug report or a report to Hello Games saying this is just silly. This shouldn't work like this. And then eventually they fixed it. So it's my fault if people are upset about not being able to do that anymore. What am I doing? Multi-tool. So 12. I want to take these out multiple times. 1, 2, 3 was. I have to count very carefully. 1, 2, 3. Put them back in. 4, 4, 5, 6. Put them back in. Seven, 8, 9. I'm getting close. I'm going to save here, just in case. So 7, 8, 9. Just in case I put some in an odd order and I didn't pay attention when I was putting them in. Yeah, I was going to options. No, I don't need to reload the restore point because we just made one. That's fine. $10. 11. Theoretically, the next one should be the 14. That's 13, so I might have miscalculated. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we'll make do with a 13 for now. I mean, Reddit does downvote people for silly reasons. Let's face it. I don't think I got it in the bug report area. I think most people recognise it was a bit silly. Restore point. I'm going to open a lot from here because I might have miscalculated while I was chatting. I sworn I saw a 14, but maybe I was looking incorrectly. Maybe I missed it. But we've got a few, so we can... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think one of the things that the more casual commenter on Reddit might not quite grasp is that, oh yeah, but you've still got to grind all of the guilds. That takes a while. That's a lot of investment and time. It's like, well, yeah, but it's not a big investment in time. It's a one-time thing that you only have to do once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's 9. The 9th one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then once you've done, it's like, for instance, that thing when they first released the guilds, it was possible to buy things for 0 or less nanites. It's like, well, yeah, that would be fine if all of these things would be fine if whenever you actually exploited it, your guild standing went down. So if you took 5 really expensive Maltese tool expansion modules, and because of that your guild reputation went down because you were taking a lot of stuff from them and you had to build it back up again to get more, that would maybe make sense. But the easiest and quickest way to fix it was what they did, and I would have preferred my idea of just having the standing going up and down depending on how much you're using it, or having some kind of barter system, which would be quite tricky. But you could say, in order to get this thing from the guild, you have to pay for 5 of these things or whatever, and balance it that way. But that would be harder. So I'm going to do 5 and then get in my shit, because I'm not writing these things down and I'm talking. I'm kind of getting a little bit messed up. So I'm going to do 5 of these. And see if the 13 was in there. And I'll grab that first, and then I can start a lower count. So we'll keep that one, because its charging speed is a bit better than the other one I've got. So that was 1, 2, 3. We'll actually see in a real world example, if we move that 13 and the only difference is the charging speed, we'll see how much it changes the damage. Although it's not going to be the only difference, because there's always going to be points that you can't see. It could be 13.1 or it could be 13.9 for all we know. One. 2. That should be the 3rd one. Oh, was I reading that wrong? Was I looking at the wrong stat? What? Oh, I didn't put them back in, of course. No, we saw a 14. I've got a 14 in that list later. But I'm going to take that 13 because it might be handy for my maps. Yeah, I think that would have been fun. I think you have to go for what the most fun thing is. I'll read that out. Well, that would have been brilliant. An up-down reputation system for guilds would have made the game so much fun, basically buying the rewards of your reputation. I think if you really want to make the guilds fun, what you do is you say you can't have maximum in any one guild at any one time. So if you're at maximum with 1, then the others are capped down slightly lower. And maybe you would have it, if you really wanted to do it well, you would say that the Explorers Guild, probably got the Explorers, Mercenaries, and what's the other one? Explorers, Mercenaries, and someone help me out. What's the other one? I'll have a look. Merchants. So I would say that the Merchants Guild shouldn't get on with the Mercenaries Guild, but might have an okay understanding with the Explorers Guild. And then the Mercenaries Guild maybe really doesn't get on with the Explorers Guild, just for some reason. But it kind of gets on okay with the Merchants Guild because it can sell stuff to them. And then the Explorers Guild really doesn't get on well with the Merchants Guild because they see them as money grabbers. But maybe mercenaries, for some reason, for them, you can make up, is not quite so negative. So if you're full on with the Merchants Guild, for instance, then you have capped at about halfway the Mercenaries Guild, and then capped at 3/4 the Explorers Guild. And then if you can kind of balance them to what you want. So if you really want to be in with one of the guilds, then the other two are going to have to be a bit lower. And then you kind of play the game and you go between the different guilds. And if you really want to be in with one week and then out with them the other, you've got to do the work to get that balance better. And then the rewards become much more interesting because you're going for particular rewards that you only have available from those guilds. And if someone says, oh, how do I get, say, salvage frigate modules? Then you say, oh, well, you have to be really in with the Explorers Guild. That kind of thing would work as a maximum fun way of thinking of the game. It's not necessarily how everybody would see it, but I think that sounds the most fun. Okay, so I need to take these out and put them back in again. That's the thing I was doing wrong. 1, 2, 3, just 2, and then we should have damage 13. So the difference between this one and this one is the charging speed, mostly. So the ion sphere speed doesn't count towards the damage potential bonus. So although we can't see the points, we don't know if that's 12. We can't tell if that's 12.9. Oh no, there must be a 13 here somewhere. I had a couple of 13s, didn't I? That's a damage 13, charging speed 41, 44. And damage 13, charging. So that one's got the lowest charging speed. So we'll compare that one to that one. Yeah, damage the same that we can see. The charging speed is 3 difference. So put that one there a second. Yeah, keep it in the starship. And this is the 41. We'll put it in the supercharge just to make the maximum difference. So let's jot that down a second. 62, 6, 4, 6.7. And then we'll swap it out. Yeah, and that's jumped up quite considerably considering there wasn't much difference. 68, 5, 7, 3.4. So the difference between those two, that we can see, because there could be some differences in the damage numbers, because it's only giving us the whole number, not the 0.0 whatever it is. Charging speed difference of 3, but the damage potential numbers were almost 6,000 difference. So that's really going to make a lot of difference in our min-max in the end. And that's where this thing can take an awful long while, because you think, well, I'm going to focus on the damage numbers first, because that's going to be the thing that when it hits, it either one-shots or doesn't something. But then if you really want to maximize these numbers, then you need the charging speed as well. So you need to find those really good numbers and also the charging speed. Yeah, you can. I mean, I think most of us, I'll read that out as well. The work needed to max out any guild is doable in the first system. You can find storm crystals, salvage data, and sentinels. Hence, you could max the guilds before you were offered your free freighter. But I think, what was I going to say to that? If you remember when the guilds first came out, everybody was like, oh, this is a great idea. And then they were immediately doing it. And then immediately everybody was saying, oh, but when you get to max, this happens, which seems broken. It's like, so they had literally got to max within a couple of hours. And then they were complaining about broken bits. So it just demonstrated that it takes no time at all to get to the top of the guilds, especially on an established save. If you're not an established save, as you say, you could work to it anyway. And that would be still a viable thing to do. If you want to say good tips for new players, then it is something worth doing. It's maxing the guilds as quickly as possible. But now, at least when you give that advice, it doesn't quite feel like you're encouraging an exploit. It feels like you're saying there is this part of the game that actually works quite well for you if you do this, as opposed to, well, if you get about three or four small portable refiners and pile them all up, you can maximize things. That's clearly a different level of exploit. So now we're gonna start from this point. So we're gonna save again. This is how I do it. As you can see, unless I'm really focused on writing everything down, which sometimes I will do if I really want to test something, then I will just informally just count and sometimes get in a muddle. And one of the things that I do is I just start again from this point and then start putting them in one at a time, counting from here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's just do 10. So we've got damage of 10, damage of 10, damage of 12, damage of 14. So that's 1, 2, 3. The fourth one is 14. Damage of 10, damage of 11, damage of 13 with 44 charging speed. And that was 44. So we could test to see if that one's better. It looks the same, but it might be different. That could be an interesting test, just to see if these figures really are including the points, which I think they do, but we'll test that. And damage of 13 with a rubbish charging speed. So first thing we want to do is get that 14. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So we just want to do 3 of them. Yeah, reload. Restore point. Yeah, I started going towards my ship. That's the most common thing, is if my head gets twisted, I will start making saves at the wrong point, and then I've messed myself up completely, just like I did on the live stream yesterday. So you know exactly what was happening there. So 3, wasn't it? So that's just all of these. Put them 1, 2, 3. Put them back in again. 2, 3. Now we have the damage 14. Damage 12, damage 13, damage 13. I mean, I don't think there's any way, unless they radically changed the building system, that they could ever mitigate against people doing the refiner glitch. Because they could stop us putting them close together, but if they stopped us putting them close together, then we would just glitch them. We would just use a Y glitch. And they could... I don't think there's anything else they could do, because everything is defined by its location. And so if you put 4 things in exactly the same spot, the game thinks they're the same thing. So the only other thing they could do to stop the refiner glitch would be to only allow us to have a certain number of them. Say, for instance, just like the containers, we could only ever have 10 numbered small refiners. And then what was in the first one was always defined, what was in the second one was always defined, what was in the third one was always defined, etc. And that would be so unintuitive to how something like that should work that I don't think they'd ever do that. So 14, that's 12, that's 13, that's 13. So we can get rid of this one. Yeah, that's what I've been wondering if they're doing. They're really starting to make use of, in, say, for instance, in expeditions, they're really starting to make use of the personal refiners. The logical thing next to do would be to just make it an obsolete technology that doesn't work. You could still have it as a building part, because that would be sad if you'd built a build using those parts and all of a sudden it changed. That would be frustrating. But just make it non-functional and say it's an obsolete thing. But then people would probably be able to do something similar with medium refiners using building, but then they'd at least have to learn how to glitch build, which would be one step further along the I've had to demonstrate a skill in order to do this. You'd have to wire glitch, basically. No, it's not that they haven't patched it out intentionally. It's literally that it's impossible to patch out in the way that the game works. If you look at the way the save file saves a portable item, it just saves. That's why we're having these problems with the I think with the harvesting items, is that they just work based on where they are. They have done things like that, and for instance, what they have done that annoyed loads of builders is they, including me, to be honest, it was a bit frustrating. I mean, I was kind of okay with it because I liked the look of the new part, but where is it? Yeah, the Galactic Trade Terminal looking like that when you freestand it. I really love it. I think it's a great idea. They should have brought that out as 2 parts and left the old part as still an existing part. Because if you've got this just attached to something as part of your build, like say for instance you had this as the end of a Star Trek Enterprise, and you had these at the front to make it look like the front of the Starship Enterprise engines, and then all of a sudden these great big blocks come out of it, it completely ruins your build. So they should have made this 2 parts, and this was a total change to the way this worked, and they didn't keep the legacy part, as it were. So they've kind of done similar things. But you're right, they don't usually try and get rid of things completely. But maybe they should. Maybe they should with these, because it's just silly. It just makes no sense. We've got free, we can go into options. We can change our difficulty settings, or we can lock them. And if we lock them, we should be locking them. That should be our choice, that we can't do exploits. And then to have certain silly little exploits like that available to us still just doesn't make any sense. So I've forgotten where I was now. So what I was going to do is compare. So I don't think it's deliberate. I think it's just that they can't do it. They can't think of all, because they fixed so many refiner problems. They fixed we used to run around in our freighters, and we would have glitched in refiners that were close to each other, because they'd stopped us putting the refiners so close to each other, and they basically stopped us doing it. So we were glitching them in so that we could use larger refiners to duplicate things, and they stopped us doing that. They've stopped all sorts of glitches like that. They've even changed how close the portable refiner, once you've positioned one, how close the second one has to be on top has been narrowed down to the absolute finest point. We used to just be able to do that. We could just chuck them on any old how, and they would duplicate. Now they have to be exactly on the right spot to duplicate. So they're aware of it, and they're trying to limit it. I don't think they're able to totally get rid of it until they make that item obsolete. Whether they will ever make it obsolete, that's something we can't be sure. I don't think we can definitely say they would never do that. So what might be interesting here is to see that's going to have reduced our... No, it hasn't. Our damage potential is now higher. 69,089.5. Actually, no, I didn't have them in the supercharged slots, did I? What we'll do, we'll compare this one. This is the damage 14, charging speed 32. With whichever one of these two was giving us the best numbers. So that was charging speed 41. That was charging speed, so it's not that one. We can probably afford to just delete that one now, because we're probably not going to be using that for anything. So damage 13, damage 14. So yeah, so let's take one and the other out. So we've got, and we need to take it out, otherwise we won't get an actual number. We've got 49,879. And that's with we're not in a supercharged slot. We've got damage of 14, charging speed of 32. And we've got significantly higher 56,765. .4, and that was with a damage 13 but charging speed 41. I bet we don't see an awful lot of difference in our charging speed of this though. So if we test it, how quickly is that going up? Quite quickly. It's kind of going up about, with my particular trigger on my particular controller, it's almost going up with the controller, about that, just slightly slower than the length of time it takes for me to just slowly pull the trigger. Whereas if we swap it, no real noticeable difference, I would say. Maybe slightly faster. What numbers are we getting here? I think we were getting multiples of multiples of 455 perhaps, or maybe 220s. Quite often seeing 650 there, so I don't think it's made the slightest bit of difference to our damage, which you wouldn't expect it to. These things are quite subtly different, really. But the damage potential has gone up dramatically. I am on Discord, yeah. I haven't got a Discord of my own, but I am on Discord. You'll find me occasionally on the Beeblebum Discord. What was which? 14. So. So how good can we get with the remainder of these? We've got quite a few still. Leave those there. We'll make a save so we've got the space. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm not often on Discord as much as I am Reddit. But my username, I believe, on Discord the tablet's playing up. I'll come back to that. I'll send you an invite, yeah. I'll try and send you an invite. Right, so where are we? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stick to 10. Cool. 1, 2, 11, 10, 10, 13, 12, 10, 14. Aha, so there we have it's another low charging speed, but 14. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Number 7. I have to admit that my Discord abilities are rubbish. It might take me a while to actually work out how to send an invite again, because I haven't done it for ages. I remember last time being confused by Discord. It's just... What am I doing? Doing the wrong thing. So we want 6, was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should have written it down. I think I said 7th one. If I'm wrong, correct me before I go any further. So 1, 2, 3, 6. Let's do 3 more, and then we'll check it. We'll save and check it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of social media. I don't mind Reddit, to be honest, because the No Man's Sky community is relatively functional compared to some Reddit places. But you do get the occasional completely pointless argument. So 1. That's the one. Let's get rid of the .44, 42. Let's get rid of that one. I won't delete it because it's got quite a good recharge compared to this. Was the better recharge. So that's not as high a damage potential as we've had so far, but it is better damage than we've had so far. So I'm going to stick with that as my first port of call. I'm going to just try and maximize damage. They are individual stats. They are calculated apparently separately. Save before I start doing this. But what I really would like to do is get to get to 14 damage for each, so we're still on 13 for that one. So we have damage 11, damage 10, damage 13, but 34 charge, damage 10, damage 14, 32 charge, 10, 11, 14, 36 charge, 13, 10, 12, 10. So is that one and that one? That one's the better one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the 8th one is the charm. And then let's just remind ourselves if that other one is better than the ones we've got. This one is 14 with 32. And that's the one we're going to be swapping. That's for also 14 with 32. And that's 14 with 37. So it's probably not worth it, even if it's slightly different. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 is the chance. So I want 7. No, not auto-save. Reload restore point. So focused today. So you reckon that No Man's Sky made you more social media savvy? Is that what you're saying? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, what am I doing? I'm doing the wrong thing. So that's where I could really mess it up. Just throw them all in and then do a save, and then all of a sudden we can't do any more. Just getting out of focus. So 1, 2, 3. Put those ones back in first. And 4, 5. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. 8, 1. 14. Yeah, I don't blame you for keeping off Reddit, although I do really enjoy Reddit. I find it I like to be confronted with different ideas a lot, and I don't find Reddit is it's not like Twitter where you just got bombarded with ideas. It's a little bit more people are a bit more tech savvy for a start. $14. So we'll get rid of that one. I always used to use newspapers that didn't follow my political ideology, because I would at least understand what other people were thinking. I couldn't always justify what other people were thinking, but I could at least argue their point, if you see what I mean. Yeah, 14, 36, 36, 32, 14, 37. So 56 now. So that's not even as good as we had before, because we're reducing our charging speed in favor of damage. We put that one probably belongs in there. And that one probably belongs in there. So that's a bit better. So we've done that, but we're nowhere near. We're not into the 60s anymore. We've actually lost the damage potential numbers. $630, is that $490? So maybe what the thing to do next is to actually take this for a test drive before we start messing around with X's, because this is a real world test. I mean, I've got another multi-tool much higher and doesn't even have as good supercharged slots, so it's possible to go so much higher than this. But at least it's a real world example with a bit of manipulation, which has only saved us time, really. If we'd have accumulated, say, how many did we use, do you reckon? 20, 30, maybe 40 at the max. That got some decent sentinels. No, it hasn't. That got some decent. Yes, that one's got some decent sentinels. So let's check our harvest items and see if the harvesting items are still there. I think sometimes the Reddit forums can get the Reddit No Man's Sky forums can get a little bit angsty after major updates, because you often get people that are coming back in having been disappointed with No Man's Sky before, and they're still in that mood that No Man's Sky is not a good game, and maybe it isn't for them, and you just get a bit of a clash between people that are only really there to complain, and the rest of us that are there all the time and that aren't there to complain, we're just enjoying the game. And you get a bit of a clash at that point. But these are still working. And it seems to happen with every major point release or big update that gets a lot of press.
Technology recharge.
Then it can get a bit angsty and not as pleasant a place.
Recharge. Technology recharge.
I don't know if I keep these in my exosuit, but everything needs tidying up in my inventory anyway. I think the moderators are really good on the Reddit side. Where in times when I've had difficulties with, I've posted something and the moderators weren't happy with it, I could usually have a discussion, and sometimes they'll just reverse their decision. Other times I can at least understand where they're coming from. So I've never had a problem with the moderators, which you can do in some gaming places on Reddit. Check this one. And then we're going to have a fight on this planet. So it's a semi-realistic. What happens if we get 3 S-class up to 14? Storage. Did we have one here? So they all worked. None of them got one at least in the exosuit. None of them have stopped working while I was away. I haven't been to many planets. I think that can make a difference. If you go to loads of planets, it can sometimes stop these from working. Yeah, I'm really into watching on YouTube. It's a bit of a habit of mine. Watching people that have never played No Man's Sky before and just watching to see how they play. And I usually just lurk and watch and see. And I try not to get into the habit of like maybe making a comment here and there. I occasionally comment on if they're just doing video on demand and they're asking questions. But I just like kind of watching how people play the game and how people approach it and the kind of problems they have and how well balanced the game is for people that are just approaching the game from scratch. And that can be very insightful for understanding where people are coming from when they complain about things. You understand. You sometimes get the circumstance where somebody will ask a question on Reddit, for example, and they will get lots of answers that are from people that are just telling them, oh, just do this, just do that. And you think, well, all of those are they're either advanced things or they require a bit of knowledge of the game. And you've not taken into account that these people have literally said they're in their first 20 hours of the game. Let's look for these supposedly requiring orthodoxy sentinels. Notice this is an ordinary frozen planet with mechanical fauna. That's something that only came along in Worlds Part 1. Actually, no, it's not. That's not quite true. it could happen, but it's got more fauna than it used to. Sorry. What I meant was it's got the these large mechanical fauna. The buildings. Come on, there must be something to fight here. It says it requires orthodoxy. If I start shooting rocks, will one come along? Yeah, I agree that some things like that can really help you if you're not feeling well. I mean, I find No Man's Sky is really good for my mental health anyway, apart from occasionally getting into frustrating arguments on Reddit. The rest of the time, it really kind of, I mean, it's like getting out. Today's not great weather here, and I'm kind of getting outside in a game almost. It's weird, but it does kind of trick your brain into thinking that you're outside doing something rather than just stuck inside avoiding the rain. I'm going to have to go and find a point of interest to have a fight. What if I start shooting the Oh, I got a That's interesting. Earlier in Worlds Part 2, I was getting nanites for shooting rigs. Now I'm getting something that I can turn into nanites. With a species record that is effectively those items. Interesting. So it's not the name of that one. Hang on. Yeah, it's not the name of the item, but it's given me a consistent record, which I can then turn into nanites. But still no actual thing to fight. So thanks for dropping in, Ignition. Catch you later if I'm still around. I don't know if I will be. It's interesting. I don't listen to the music much because I don't like playing with the music. I occasionally turn the music on, and I'm often surprised how much I'm enjoying it. Or if I'm watching someone new playing, then and they've got the music on, I think, oh yeah, I do like this. This is quite good. Planetary chart. Oh, I've got a Sentinel boundary map. That one. Oh, of course I'm in an abandoned, aren't I? What I do? There's not going to be any factories. Settlement won't have them. I'm not 100% sure that mine are the most informative of all videos. They might cover ground that not many people do, but thanks anyway for saying that. Artifact chart. Just have to go for... No, there's nothing here. It's an abandoned system. What am I near? It must be near something I can have a fight with. That'll do. That's a dissonant planet. And it's got a marked ship, so it has to have stuff. Hi, Wolfheart. How you doing? I've just been messing around with min-maxing.
Hostile ships approaching.
And I want to test my weapon here. It's a real world min-max, so it's not like stupidly high damage percentual numbers. Not even as high as my other save, but just wanted to see what you could get realistically with a bit of manipulation just to speed things up. Is this normal? Yes, it's a normal freighter battle. Let's get rid of this freighter battle. So dark I couldn't see which way around we were. Freighter battle. I hope they never patch that because it's really handy. Now yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? Yeah. Whenever I was last streaming, I couldn't make the last oh, I'm on the wrong planet to test that though. I couldn't make the last planet walker spawn, and then I reported it immediately because it was a brand new experimental patch that had dropped, and then within a few hours, possibly less than 24 hours, they dropped another patch without saying anything about the patch, and now it's working again. So I'm hoping that they saw my bug report and thought, oh, have we just messed that up and put it on, patched the wrong build, and they just patched the right build and it's all fine again. I will maybe test that later. These are much more unpredictable with their the levels you get. Well, it looks reasonably good, I would say, because these don't often one-shot, and I just pretty much one-shotted one of those crab things. These are surprisingly tough, the dissonant sentinels.
Incoming
find it's not wise to get into a toe-to-toe battle in permadeath with these things, even with a really good weapon. Yeah, I'd say the weapon's effective enough. Yeah, we're consistently one-shotting or very small amount off one-shotting the what do we call those? These things. But they're always much tougher. One-shotting these is pretty difficult. That worked. That works as a decent weapon. So that's the kind of weapon you can get with a couple of hours of manipulation, or buying probably about 30, I think, S-class Neutron Cannon. And it's not super high damage potential, but all of the damage numbers themselves are at 14. So that does make a huge difference. Charging speed is what really changes those numbers, because it's a simple multiplier, but the charging speed has really got nothing to do with how effective a weapon is. This is not great charging speed, and that's easily fast enough. So the numbers have always been a bit skewed by that. I mean, if we just briefly, as an example, make a save and switch to my other save, which has got much higher damage numbers. Yeah, quick to mode select. Do I confirm that positioning is more important than the max damages? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? For instance, in this save I'm going into now, all of the supercharged slots are in terrible positions, and yet my numbers are stupidly high. I don't think this is even my best one. This is 21,000. This is a far more mature save that I've had plenty of time to min-max naturally, and occasionally manipulated, because I'm not that bothered on this. So like 14,800. No, 148,494. The only decent thing about this is that the supercharged slots allow me to put 2 X's, and I can put the normal neutron cannon between the 2 X's. The other 2 slots are completely separated. I don't know what these, which one's the best of these. Let's separate them out and have a look. I notice you need to look at the damages to make on the Sentinels and not the max damages. I think it does matter how you fight the Sentinels. If that's what you mean, the positioning of your character. 14, 14. It's only 11, that one. So I've got 2 14s and 11. But I have the 2 14s in optimal positions next to here, and I don't think you can get it higher by putting one of these in there. So 14, 148, 194. No, nowhere near as good. In my experience, the better your damage here, the actual damage number, i.e. damage plus 13, damage plus 18 supercharged, damage plus 17 supercharged. The higher those numbers, the more damage you will do to a target, totally ignoring the damage potential number up here. The reason that damage potential number is so high is purely because these have probably got fast charge times. So this one has got minus 47, minus 49, minus 49. So that's massively increasing my damage potential numbers. And if I fire them, see how quickly that bar's going up. It's going up almost instantaneously. And that's why the damage, because it's like you can almost rapid fire this thing. What we need are some corrupt sentinels on a distant planet to compare. What's my ship on this settlement? I haven't been to this settlement for a while and actually got jumped in my ship. Ah, it's because I left it over there. I left it at my base. I notice I get more powerful with this placement, even if it shows lower max damages. I've not noticed that. I can't. But if you mean by max damages, there's two things you could mean. So let's clarify what you mean first. If I'm looking at my multi-tool, and we're looking at the damage potential numbers, then I just don't think there's any point looking at those. They're nothing to do with anything. They're purely to do with how well how fast your multi-tool charges. That can make a difference, but it's not going to make a meaningful difference when you're in a fight. If you mean the damages that we get, the numbers that come up when we shoot something, say for instance if I shoot this tree, if you mean these numbers, then they're multipliers based off of a number. So it's rolling to see how good the shot is. It's randomly assigning how good the shot is. So you mean the first one? You mean the damage potential numbers? I just don't think they're that important. And that's why people get obsessed with how high the damage potential numbers are. And yes, it's great for, say, if I made a quick clickbait video, the best multi-tool I've ever found, which I will be making for one of my multi-tools I found recently. If I then also back that up with some really, really good modules that give me hundreds of points of damage potential, then that will convince people that I really am telling the truth, even though that really hasn't got much to do with it. What really matters is what you're multiplying when you put things into here and you put things next to your neutron cannon. So that's 108170. If we swap it, that one from there to there, 108542. So you might be forgiven for thinking that this one's better next to the neutron cannon. So let's try it. 147990. 148. So that one is actually better. But you're looking at the damage number there of 14. Damage number. Yeah, that's. I must have put them back in the wrong place, because what we want for the best damage is to make sure that the damage number here is being maximized in the supercharged slots and has the best adjacencies. This one, which only has damage of 11, is the one I'm going to put stray outside of my block. If you've got a block altogether, that's going to make the difference. But because the charging speed on this one could theoretically be better, so that's 49, and that's 47, then in some circumstances the damage potential number will probably be higher in that configuration, which I don't think it actually is, but it could be if that was one of them was 30 odd. And so you'd be tricked into thinking that this was the best configuration, when really the best configuration is to put your damage numbers together. If that's what you're asking. I think that's what you're asking. So the best damage potential number is not necessarily the best damage you can get from your multi-tool. And then that's the long way of saying yes. Right, so let's see if we can find some dissonance around. If you're wondering why we've got stupidly large number of bases there. Oh yes, I'm not in the middle. What are you looking for that you can't see? Was it on the... sorry, you're talking about on the multi-tool. Yes, I should have just done this for a second. I was covering up a supercharged slot. So if I quickly go back to what I was showing you, just to be just for clarity's sake, and we go to here. Take the camera away completely for a little while. This we have 3 different modules here. Take them out of the supercharged slot. We have plus 14 damage, plus 14 damage, plus 11 damage. So this one is clearly not as good as these two in terms of damage. Charging speeds, they're all excellent. 47, 49, 49. So if we put that there and that there and that there, I'm going over just in case someone couldn't follow because they weren't seeing. So we put someone, if we put that one there, it's the charging speed that's going to matter the most as to whether or not it's the highest damage potential, either here or here. I'm not even sure if the base neutron cannon gets as good a charging speed adjacency. So it would theoretically be possible to have a much worse charging speed on that one. And when I put it there, and put this one here, the damage potential could be higher, but it would give the wrong idea, because what we're really trying to maximize is the damage and not the charging speed. And that's all in the number. Right. If you're wondering why I've got so many bases here, I haven't really. This happens, and it'd be nice if Hello Games fixed this. I used to do lots and lots of tests of what you could find at the same location in different galaxies. And so on this planet, and this system rather, I've got multiple bases in multiple galaxies, and they all show up whichever galaxy I'm in, which is just silly, but there you go. So it thinks that I've got loads of bases here because I have them in other galaxies. I've told Hello Games a couple of times that I don't like repeating reports, but maybe I'll get round to do one again another time.
Hostile ships approaching.
The one I've repeated the most frequently, and they still haven't fixed, is there's one stray what's it called? Creature pellet that you can never build. You can never. Oh, look, we've got a nice
Enemy missile in.
nice shot of my squadron I never really pay attention to. Well, not many people will go to the same location in different galaxies. Although one reason you might want to, which is a decent tip for people that don't realise this, if you find a really nice S-class giving derelict, but it's a really hard derelict, i.e. it's got really tough foes in it that make it harder to speedrun, and you really want to increase your and you really want to increase your chances of getting through that derelict quicker, go to exactly the same address in a different galaxy, and you will get the same S-class S-class frigate, freighter, derelict freighter, that's the word I'm looking for, but you will get a different layout. You'll probably get the same foes, but you'll get a different layout, and therefore you can make it easier. I like these. I can never resist shooting these because you get so much sulfury from them. So, oh, I just landed on the nearest planet, not the distant planet. Yes, because of the expedition, it's easy to get multiple photonic cores. I have it on about 3 ships. I don't have it on all of my ships. But I do like the maneuverability. Which planet are we looking for? Oh, I haven't even got these discovered for some reason. Freezing planet. I bet they are. Look, this is my bug. Left-hand side of the screen, where I'm not. It shows that I've got no visited systems at all. I have to go out into the GEX systems and then back into all visitor systems to even see my discovery list. I don't think many people get that bug, but I get it all the time because I've just got a stupidly large discovery list on this save. We're going to have to scan them, I think. Yeah, there are other things like black hole markers, and which leads to a weird piece of misinformation that if you see two galaxy markers in the same place, then it means that it's two black hole markers in the same place, that it's a super black hole. It doesn't mean anything of the sort. Should at least be sentinels here. There won't be any points of interest that are useful for this distance, but we should be able to get into a fight at least. If I have been here and scanned these things, first or the third, so no. Look, unless I'm not just connected to Discovery Service, I am. But this may have been... I came here because I thought I'd already been here before, but it could have been because I'd been here from another galaxy and it's marking it as seen, which also happens. Come on. Are there any sentinels around? We used to be able to use an exploit which allowed us to switch galaxies and stay in the same position in the galaxy. And we could do that because of the back to the anomaly marker would lose track of which galaxy we're in. So I used to use that as a way of directly comparing different areas of the same planets in different galaxies, just to see what you can see pattern-wise. I thought you could at least see dissonance resonators on these planets. Ah, there's one. Is there one? No, that's not one. Maybe you can't. What's the idea behind an expedition save? Redeem and keep all the rewards in one place, not pollute your other saves? I guess. I mean, the original original expeditions, you had to start a new save. So that's why. That's why they still exist, because that's the legacy way of doing it. And I would suggest that when a new expedition comes out, on the day that it's released, maybe even the first week it's released, it's probably a good idea to, at the very least, test it in a brand new save first and make sure everything's working okay. Because most commonly, you'll see issues in the first week. And you don't really want to mess up your normal save or limit it while you're waiting for a patch. And also, I think some of us just quite like doing the expeditions with a brand new save. I certainly do. It's just a little bit more of a challenge, knowing you can't bring anything with you, and you can change the settings to higher if you want. I think you can still do that now with the other one as well, but yeah, I understand that's what you meant. That was the original way. It was just when they brought out expeditions, you had to do it that way. So they're not going to take that option away from us now. So when they brought in the expedition terminal, it's the second option. So the idea behind it is just that they've always done it that way. I do a mixture. I will, if I really like an expedition, I'll do it just about every way you can possibly imagine. If it's a little bit boring, like this most recent one I thought was a little bit boring, then I'll probably only do it a couple of times. In this particular save, I do serial expeditions. That's the point of this save. Every time an expedition, no, not this particular one, the one I was on, the one where I was on the bubble planet doing the actual upgrades for my tech. That is an expedition save. I just do serial expeditions in that save. And then between expeditions, I just kind of try and get it back up to scratch, ready for the next expedition. And so for that one, I'm quite happy to take things with me, bring stuff back. In general, just use it for that, because I'm playing it that way. I made Omega my expedition save. I don't think that was the first one. Maybe that was the second one that we could use the terminal for. I'm not sure. I can't remember. It's a nice colour planet. I can't immediately spot the dissonance. I might just go down to that one because it's got high central activity. Let's just go there.
Warning. Threat detected. Hostile ships approaching.
should be able to have a ship with a load of charts in. I should be able to just get some points of interest. Where is it? That's that one. So
Navigational data
we can
received.
easily start a fight that way. But I mean, going back to the question about maneuverability, the problem is that maneuverability only kind of increases this kind of agility. It doesn't increase our top speed, or not significantly, depending on circumstances. Because your top speed seems to be governed entirely by your altitude. So I don't religiously use the photonics core and everything. Got to check this just in case. And it's rubbish. That one. What we really need is the dog, because that's a good comparison. I can hear something. There it is. Clear the space. Yeah, again, you're right. The thing that I often bite my tongue about when people are comparing maneuverability numbers is that which maneuverability are we talking about? Are we talking about the actual maneuverability of the ship, or are we talking about the maneuverability number you're seeing that you're so proud of? And it's sometimes better to just bite your tongue, because they're really proud of that number that doesn't really mean an awful lot. Like the should you put all of the different trails in your ship? Well, the answer is no. There's no point in putting all the different trails in your ship, but it makes the numbers look good. Yeah, this weapon is ridiculous. I'm nowhere near this level of weapon on my other save yet. The problem with comparing the speed numbers on in your cockpit is that doesn't tell you how fast you're going, and that's a problem. Because if you put two markers down and don't use acceleration, just go at your maximum cruising speed, then it will take the same length of time to go between point to point, no matter what your reasonably well equipped ship is. You can't really use the speed numbers either. Maybe in space you can. I'm not sure. I've never really bothered with space because it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, this neutron cannon is ridiculous.
Warning. Sentinel walker detected.
And even then, I still prefer the Let's get this out of the way so I can think what I'm saying. I was thinking the other day they've done away with the whole getting to walker brains, but you still can. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Yeah, yes, it's a ridiculously good neutron cannon, but my preferred weapon is still the bolt caster. Maneuverability while we're having a look at it. I mean, this isn't necessarily a...
Technology recharge.
Where are even they all? There's one... What have I maxed in this? And I also need to get rid of that stupid bug where it... Go into options, come back to my ship. There you go. Got that in a technology supercharged. Got that in supercharged. We've got 1, 2, 3. Can't see where my other one is. I must have maxed something else, I think. Supercharged slot there. There. Ah, they are two together. I wasn't spotting that. 1, 2, 3. So I've got maneuverability of a couple of thousand, 2,776. I wouldn't say any of my modules were min-max or anything. But this is not by any means the fastest of my ships, I don't think. I think... I can't remember which one my fastest ship is now. Why still the bolt caster? I think it needs the most work because of needing the Sentinel mods. The thing about the bolt caster is it's flexible. So... if we have... what have I got in this save? I don't think I've got a really good bolt caster in this save other than in my alien, so it's not going to be the best damage bonuses. the one we were just looking at. Yeah, so this, I mean, the damage potential is reflective of the neutron cannon that's also in the thing, but I don't think this is as good as in my permadeath save. It doesn't feel as good. What I find with the Boltcaster is you can change its performance considerably based on what you want it to do. So I think I was mentioning this the other day. This particular one, I have it as the maximum number of projectiles in bursts. So it's a very satisfying weapon to use just because of that rapid fire. And if we were to take on the same sentinels, I don't think I saved between, so let's just find out. Yeah, they're still here. Interesting, they're burning still. Oh, I'm on the Neutron Cannon still. Oh, and I'm using the other weapon as well. I need to get back to. So if I was to put these into the if I was to put these into the other multi-tool, we'd probably see a better performance. Yeah, I don't think this is the best one to compare. It's a little bit slow on the damage. Still pretty good though. Sorry, I didn't see you walking in there, Omega John. My Neutron Cannon is my primary cannon. I love a high reload speed. Boltcaster, the flick of the hand is awesome. I feel it's like it's a very visceral weapon, and it kind of rewards accuracy. But once you've got your eye in, it becomes just as effective, I think. But of course, the Neutron Cannon does have that multiple target thing. It does have a bit of a wider cone of damage. Because I use a controller, then I have to kind of get my eye in when I'm using a cannon. It takes me a little while to zone in, but I think I'm there now.
Warning. Elite Sentinel Force.
So I would say this isn't taking significantly longer so far. Oh, I must still have one somewhere. Oh, there it is. Where has he gone? That would obviously be different because I probably would have killed him in those shots. lost him. Where is he? There. I think he's got a little bit more invisible. Maybe it's maybe it's because we're on a cold planet it makes it a bit more invisible. Or maybe they've just made him a bit more invisible. I guess the Boltcaster is the first true best weapon because of central upgrades and combinations. The combinations is the thing for me. It's the fact that you can set it up differently. You can have almost 2 or 3 completely different weapons. Damage. I think I have to get closer to him. Is he being repaired? Ah, it's being repaired. Didn't spot him. Keeps going behind. Where's that on? Yeah, so this is always the trickier part with the making sure we don't have any healers when the other guy turns up. We don't have any distractions. Still got healers there. Hiding in there. That's another advantage of the Neutron Cannon. They can't hide in your equipment because of the area effect. You can still kill them. Yeah, that's really not as effective. Which is why I tend to get really close to these things. Sometimes just jump on their head like I did earlier. Doing quite well against me now because I've stopped paying attention. As soon as the walker was gone, I started just like playing with them. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should actually focus on what I'm doing. Yeah, so I made a bit of a meal of the last ones, but in general I find it a lot more enjoyable to use that one. And on my other save, I think it's a better one. Yeah, there's no recoil at all. Never got on with the scatter blaster. I've never seen the appeal. I know a lot of people love it, but just yes, for those that particular foe, the scatter blaster can be quite fun when those monstrosity things are jumping at you. But I very rarely use it. Sometimes I use it in an expedition because they give it to you and they want you to try it out. I think the other thing, once you've got your bolt caster set up with a lot of bullets coming out of it, it's most similar to a mining beam. So if you're if you're doing your normal playthrough and you're kind of mining stuff and you're generally playing the game, you're switching from that to a weapon is basically still point and click because of that no recoil. You're delivering damage immediately towards a target that's right there. It's exactly the same as mining. Whereas when you're switching to a neutron cannon, you're changing your mindset. It's all about charging, how fast your charge speed is. I find the neutron cannon's got a bit of limited range as well. You have to be effective. You can't be too far away. Whereas something like my old favourite was always the. I don't think I've got one on this save, but my old favourite was always the beam weapon. I forgot what it's called for a second. Oh, we're here. The got a nice pulse splitter on this one. Now that's nice, but then it runs out ridiculously. But that's satisfying. Just having that many bullets slowly spreading out from a point. That's a reason. That's you can tell I've min-maxed this to death. This save. Yeah, the animus beam changed, didn't it? It was. Let's try that out, shall we? Let's use the animus beam did used to have a high damage, but that was supposedly a glitch, and they got rid of it. But it was useful. I used to like it. Just restore point is what I'm doing, isn't it? Yeah, Boltcaster's got a good range, but it's not quite as effective in the longer range. For some reason, it shouldn't make a difference, but it does have a drop off. See, this is just so inaccurate, but it's fun to play with. You just feel like you're squirting stuff at it. Just kind of spewing energy at things. Yeah, it can be very frustrating in the middle of a tricky fight that you've not quite expected, and you're having to reload at inconvenient times. But that doesn't really become a major issue when you've got weapons like this, so. This is looking quite good compared to the Neutron Cannon at the moment, I would say. I didn't say looking away. Yeah, this is definitely more effective than on this save than my boltcaster is set up. And it's only on an experimental as well.
Warning. Sentinel walker detected.
I guess if you're not really combat focused, it's satisfying to just spray an area with bullets. You can kind of pick your target and then zero in on it. Not completely miss for the first few shots. Whereas the boltcaster, if you try and pick your target without zeroing in on it, you're wasting shots.
Warning. Sentinel walker detected.
I think I optimized this for the number of projectiles. It just seems that way at least. I made short work of that at least. Yeah, I think you'd have a good argument to say that this weapon, as it's set up on this multi-tool, is probably just as effective, if not more so, than the Neutron Cannon. And I don't even like this weapon that much. See, I used to like the Blaze Javelin. I used to use it in perma, but we didn't have as many weapons then, and they weren't as flexible. What was that game? It was a computer game back in the early 90s perhaps, where you just kind of, you were encouraged pretty much to just stand still and fire at targets coming at you. It was a bit like a 3D version of Defender, and things would come out of holes and fly towards you, and there were things you had to defend. But it used to have a weapon very much like this, only bigger. There were really big things that used to bounce along. That's a silly weapon, really, isn't it? Goes a long way. Don't know how effective it is at that range. More like a fire hose than it is a gun. See, I hardly ever use the cloak. I forget it even is there. And then when I'm in higher difficulty settings, I'm not optimized, I suddenly realise I should be using it. We go back to the save that I was min-maxing the Neutron Cannon on. I think I've got a better setup. That's got a scatter blaster on it. Yeah, this has got a bolt caster. How's this one set up? Yeah, this one's set up shorter, but less projectiles each pulse, but you get more pulses in. And it's on a staff, so it has higher damage. So to do a like-for-like comparison, we're probably going to have to find a better place to fight with the same type of bow, not the distance that I'm on.
Alert. Navigational data received.
I will put my face back on the screen just because I'd forgotten to put my face back on the screen, but I sometimes feel like it's doing you all a favour to take my face off the screen. See, this feels a bit more nippy as well. Starboard runabout, I've obviously got it set up better on this one, at least on the boost. This is mainly the save I focus on these days, so it wouldn't be surprising if this has got a much better setup.
Extreme Sentinel Threat.
So we're going to try the bolt caster here. This is a different bolt caster, set up in a different way and on a staff. And it's already making pretty short work of things. Well, as I was saying earlier, that I like to watch people that are only just starting to play the game. I sometimes find it quite interesting when people are still on their first couple of planets and they're getting into fights with Sentinels and they haven't actually learnt that there is a weapon yet. They only really know that they've... I'll just switch weapons. They only really recognise that there's a mining beam. So they're trying to shoot everything with a mining beam, and I always find that very funny. Or I remember somebody on a stream, they were an experienced No Man's Sky player, but they were on an expedition and they had to go to Derelict, and they completely forgot to actually put any weapons in their multi-tool, so they were pretty much having to use their mining beam. Yeah, this is a much better bolt caster. It's actually making me smile using this bolt caster. Oh, I've switched weapons. I was wondering why it was taking so long. Here comes the test.
Warning. Sentinel Walker detected.
Sometimes I'll give you the weapon in the expedition that is the one that they've just changed. Why do I keep changing weapons? I'm not quite sure what I'm doing now. So, for instance, when they last souped up the Neutron Cannon, they put a Neutron Cannon in the expedition. Else around? Don't think so. Took me off again. Yeah, I feel like this one's been set up a lot better, and it's got, not surprisingly, because it's got a better it's a better multi-tool. This is probably an S-class, naturally S-class multi-tool. What the supercharged on this one are the main ones. Yeah, these are only ones. This could be so much better. These are only 1 damage. Got a nice reload. I think they have a standard reload, don't they? So I've missed a bit of chat here, so let's have a quick look. I'm going back quite a bit. I've missed quite a bit here. Taking a fight with Sentinels with barely upgraded Boltcaster and almost dying because I had to reload. Yeah. Now this is more like the Boltcaster RG. Yeah, this is what I would. This is one I've actually set up specifically to fight with in a save that I use a lot. But this is how I want it. The unupgraded Boltcaster sucks really bad. That's where the unupgraded scatters rules. Yes, and I think a lot of people they don't even focus on the Boltcaster. Once they've kind of moved on to other weapons, they never realise that there is a lot of potential in the Boltcaster, so they never really go back to it. And that's probably why it doesn't have a better reputation, I think. Not fond of the staff weapons. I'm not a wizard. I like the staffs a lot. Noticed that during the liquidation, but they gave you the scatter blaster first. Yes. Yeah, it's the light no fire effect, the staffs, isn't it? It's like when they gave us the capes. We now know the reason they gave us capes is because they've been working on capes on Light No Fire. We didn't even know Light No Fire existed then. And it's like, why have we got capes? It doesn't make any sense. Permadeath, I'm scared until I get a Sentinel multi-tool. These rifles I can... Can't stand rifles. Happy with an AEB ACMS would feel like... Yeah, if you find a natural S, then you are laughing, really. Yeah, you've been chatting a lot. I look up and there's like a whole page of chat I haven't looked at. A wizard spell. It is a little bit disappointing that they introduce these things and they don't give us anything unique about them specifically. I mean, I know the staff, I know the staffs have the... Am I right that they have the... No, they don't. What is it that has the built-in cloak? As I say, I don't really use the cloak much, so I can't remember what it is. Is it the Sentinel that has the built-in cloak? Yeah, everything's just cosmetic reskinned. It is the Atlantid, is it? Yes, you're probably right. I've got an Atlantid on a different save. I feel like the Sentinel multi-tool was the most boring multi-tool that they brought out. And because it only had the two models. And it had the best stats, so that was very frustrating. But at least when the staffs came out, they had as good stats. And they've got a bit more about them. They look different. They have different combinations. It's harder to find them. They've got a bit more challenge to them. I have an Atlantid on my other save. I don't have one on this save. It's quite a nice one, actually. I got it on a stream a long while ago when I used to stream a while back. I keep forgetting whether or not I need to save things, but then I remember I'm going to fork this save. I'm not going to go back to this save. The whole lot I can just revert later. So it doesn't really matter what I do. I like the look of exotics. I just wish they were a little bit better. What have I got on this one? I've got... I don't have the Atlantid there. So what save was it on? It wasn't on that, and it wasn't on that. Should be my perma save. Have a look. Yeah, I do have the Atlas Scepter, so that might be what I'm thinking of. This is a very strangely set up one. For a long while, this was my main save, so I did have some nice multi-tools on this one. This might be one of my favourite multi-tool sets. Let's have a quick look on a planet. So that's set up similarly to the other one. Yeah, it's on here. It's just the broadcaster. And it's also on an experimental, which isn't ideal. What's on mine? It's a slightly longer pulse. And it seems to have a lot more ammunition. I'm not reloading. No ammo in inventory? What kind of save is this? That's a nice one. I like that. I don't know how good the stats are. Do you have an Atlas Scepter? They are the cloaks. Yes, I've talked about that. Lucked out about Singularity, which has got an S-class with Neutron Cannon mods. Been using it ever since. Yeah, S-class tools make a big difference. Checked up. Power my Neutron Cannon allowed 2 extra mods. Actually, it's not double. Column with pulse left for the Boltcaster. What was the point you were working there, Ignition? There's a lot of colour coordination going on some of these saves because I've got a Royal that's the same colour. That's a very slow one. Yeah, that's not really set up very well at all. I think again it depends how you're setting up your multi-tool. But you're saying it's not strangely set up. If you've not this multi-tool, is it? This is a bolt caster. It hasn't got any Sentinel mods. Oh, sit down, so it has them here. Got a lot of bolt casters on this one. Ah, that's differently set up. That's nice, fast pulsing. Quite often, for those, I've got them together, if that's what you mean. Not quite sure what this staff is. It must be the original staff. Maybe I finished playing this save around about that time. Certainly doesn't have a good weapon. There's a blaze javelin. Doesn't seem to be charging very fast. Yeah, so this isn't even set up. And this staff, I think I specifically recolored it for this save. I wanted to mess around with how to recolor, and it goes well with the uniform I was wearing. I wanted to set it up to match and see if you could do that. It took a little while to work out, but got it working okay. I feel like the sky has changed on this planet as well. It feels more washed out. This was the first planet I landed on at the end of my permadeath run when I got to Isenton. This was the planet I spawned on. And it's a blissful paradise planet. So I immediately settled here and set up my main base. Back in the days when you could only do standard permadeath and couldn't do anything harder. So what I was potentially going to do next was go back to my experiments with the Omega Plus save and see what extras we get. Yeah, I think the sky colour was different back then. I think it was a blue sky. Quite a few of the blue skies on my save seem to have changed to yellow skies. So, where were we? We were using this multi-tool. We've got some decent upgrades there, but we haven't tested these X's out. I might go to a couple more pirate systems and get a couple more. Oh, I found a ruined planet that's amazing on this save. I'll see if I can find it in a minute. Don't know if it was a purple system. A lot of systems here I haven't been to. don't know if they put a base down. Maybe have a look. What I really want to do is go to the anomaly so that I can go to pirate systems. Yeah, my best, well, not my best planet, but the planet that I have my best bases on has annoyingly changed from blue to yellow. It was otherwise the most perfect Earth-like. It had storms, but it was the most perfect Earth-like planet. And it's changed considerably now that it's got yellow sky. I don't think I put a base down. No, I didn't. Probably took a few photos. Let me just see if I can find a... because it's worth looking at. It's a really stunning planet. There's a photograph. Has it got glyphs on it? No, it hasn't. Another photograph that doesn't have glyphs on it. And another one that doesn't have glyphs on it. Yeah, we might be out of luck for today. I might just have to dig it out and put it on a different stream. I don't seem to have photographed it properly. I would have recorded it somewhere, I'm just not sure where. Cheerio, Amiga John, thanks for popping in. It's difficult to say, Seriousless. How do you pronounce your name? Is it Serious Lee's? Serious Lee's Gaming. Is it? I think they will always change things, but I think this is probably the most that they're going to change. I don't think we're going to see such big changes all in one year again. Not for ages, I hope. I feel like for me, for people like me that like building but build only occasionally, it can be very frustrating to suddenly have a planet change on you. Pirate, there it is. Because you put a lot of work into a build that's very much the based on that planet. Cheerio. And you spent all those hours putting that base onto that planet because of what it looks like, and then it's no longer looks like that. You feel a bit frustrated. Whereas if you're building a lot of different bases, maybe it wouldn't matter so much. So maybe maybe the moral of my story is I should be building more.
Product received.
Yep, it's definitely like real estate. I'll show you what was so frustrating about the planet change if I have a bit of time at the end of doing this bit. They very deliberately put that all the way the other side of the landing pad, so we get bored doing this, I think. Creeps all the way back. Any redeeming factor is that load times have got faster.
Product received.
Right, so we should have a few more now. So I'm tempted to get... We can bear with the reloading. It will help in the long run. Because getting 10 would be better than having 7. Notice that we can't buy multiples in these shops anymore. For a while we could buy multiples. Or we still can buy multiples from the traders that land, but not for everything. So we can't... There's nothing here that seems to have multiples. Whereas we used to be able to buy 2 or 3 in these shops. Sometimes. Yep, none of them are changing.
Product received.
So that's another example of them just slightly clamping down on things like this, reloading exploits. Yeah, they did it a while back. That was even before Worlds 1, I think. The pirates that land, they do seem to still have some that are multiple.
Product received.
What are we on? 7, 9, one more. No, I don't go to pirate stations very often. I used to come to pirate stations all the time because my 2 highest stasis device and... What's the other one? Stasis device and... fusion igniter. My 2 highest selling places on my main save were both pirate systems. I think that was coincidence, because I think you can get high numbers on other things too, places too. But back when I was grinding stasis devices, I used to come to pirate stations a lot. I've got 10, yeah. I suppose I could stay here and do it, but this is... The ambient sound is a bit odd. Let's go back and check to see if these are working still. I didn't make a video about it. I think I've put them on a stream. I can't remember. I don't know. I think it was probably before I was making videos about things like that. I was mostly making videos about just building back then. But that might have gone now because I've logged in and out. Yeah, don't think I
Recharge.
left these empty.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
I might have.
Technology recharge.
I wouldn't necessarily hide the fact. Just can't remember for sure.
Technology recharge.
I've kind of got a half memory of perhaps mentioning the prices.
Recharge.
Yeah, I've always felt that the getting nanites from suspicious packages is just a little bit cheesy, but I have done it. I can't pretend I've never done it. Yeah, I can't remember if I reloaded any of these, but it looks like they've all emptied, and I think that's probably because we were jumping in and out of the save and going to quite a few different planets because they were working before fine. And in general, whenever I use these things, I don't nurse them. I don't stay in the same system, but I do try and limit how often I log in and out and go to different systems. You don't think I did reload? Okay, well, we'll soon find out if they continue working. And I can always check back in my save for my own kind of on the stream later just to see if I really did or not. Actually, this is a reasonably nice ambient place that hasn't got loads of odd sounds in it. We go down by the water. That's right. So we've got 10 of these. We've got the multi-tool. Oh, I don't want to go. I want to reload first. Maybe I should put a save point down. That'd be easier. Put it down here. Walk to the other end so I'm not tempted to click on it. Sounds like someone's doing some DIY around. I don't know if that's picked up on the microphone. Right, so
Thermal protection falling.
so you can't reload on power stations for more packets. I've never done a runaway map on that. Yeah, I mean, nobody's dismissing the method. We can do what we want. I think you can. I think the pirate stations restock. They used to restock immediately, and that was clearly not supposed to be the case. Then they made it so that they restocked a bit slower, but they do restock reasonably fast. Can't just reload though, I don't think. Don't know, we can test it. I don't think so. And so that's not going to be better. 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 But what I used to do when I was exploiting pirate systems, as I'd just go from one pirate system to another around 8 different pirate systems, picking up things that I could turn into nanites. And you would get an awful lot. Of course, you can buy things like the whispering egg things, what they're called. They're 50 a pop. Damage. So none of these are any good, are they? Lava cores, yeah, you can get, they're 50 a pop. Yeah, that's roughly what I was seeing, about 8 or 9 pirate stations, and they'd be restocked by then. So every now and again, if I really needed some nanites for something, I would just run through about 8 pirate systems, maybe go back and do it again. And I would have the nanites I needed by then. I don't use curious deposits at all unless I just stumble on them, and then I just the thing about runaway mold is it's not really very effective in permadeath. No, I didn't make a save. Did I pick up the last one? Yes, I did pick up the last one. Because your stat counts are so low in permadeath, and if you're using low stat counts, they're just not worth it. So the trouble is, now I've reloaded, I'm no longer testing these, am I? Never mind. I did a test early on. They seem to be working okay. We worked out why they were going invisible. I'll make a better report to No Man. I put the report on Reddit on their bug thread, so Hello Games should see it. But I'll make a proper report on it at some point. I put that down, but I didn't actually use it. So, I mean, yeah, with the stack sizes, I think it's just runaway mole's just pointless. I do wish they'd just do away with runaway mold, or if they do keep it, they should change it to be. It shouldn't just respawn. It's silly. But it doesn't bother me that people use it. I mean, nanites are they can only be really used for certain things. It's not. So we know the first 10 are no good. One. Let's not count them on the way out. Let's count them on the way in, because that's when they're actually doing something. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's that? Yeah. 7, 8, 9, 10. You know how people make hardcore perma saves, slide everything to max difficulty, have an easy mode perma stack size as a double normal perma. It's okay. I think Curious Deposit Farm is a style of play that does well in normal along with stasis devices, but for survival you need upper move. You definitely do. I only play normal and perma, don't lock in the items. Perma survivors we display when I really like the fact they allowed us to lock our saves, because it would be just one of those things in the background that you think, oh, I don't have to pay for these things. I don't know why I did it started from there. Let's move those across so I've got... Now, considering I didn't really go far beyond about 30 odd modules for the S, this demonstrates how much longer it would take. Because we're only seeing, every 10, we're only seeing a couple of them with all 4. Well, it immediately calls me a liar as soon as I say that, because we've got about 5 of them now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them with all 4. Got a couple of nice ones though. Charging speed minus 50, damage 14. Charging speed minus 46, damage. So these are the best ones we've seen today, and they're in the X class. So it does make you wonder if they might manipulate them slightly. I don't know quite. We don't really see the formula for how they how these things are generated. We only see the figures for how much should come on each one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7 and 8 are both really good ones. So 7 and 8. So we want to do 6. So 6 is easy. I can probably just do that from the stuff that's already in my starship. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. For those that have only just only joined since I set this up, I'm not actually going to exploit this. I'm going to revert my save at the end of the day. But I just wanted to see how long it would take to get decent modules using X's and S's. Have I messed that up? Let's go back. Go back to the start. Start again. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm confused. I'm confused. Why are none of those the 14s I was seeing a minute ago? Is anybody paying attention and can tell me what I did wrong?
Thermal protection falling.
Did I just did I not reload after? Did I not make a save after the first 10 things? Maybe it's on after the first 10. I said this before, the goal in No Man's Sky is to move the difficulty slider from right to left while playing the game, and anything that shortcuts that process seems like a cheap cheese. And the righter you start the game, the more and more enjoyable it becomes, but only after you know the basics. I think you reloaded save the wrong, but I think I did too, yeah. See, I've gone from I played normal and I enjoyed it, and I thought I'm gonna have a go at tougher version, but I knew that my mindset was not right for perma at that stage because I just wasn't making the right choices. I was I'd play perma for a bit and I would just be getting really easily in difficulty. And so I stopped playing perma for a bit and I went back to survival. And I just stuck with survival. I learned how to play the game at that level better. And then I went to perma again. And I took perma all the way up to a stupidly high, overpowered perma save. Then it got killed by something that wasn't clear if it was a bug or not. Which was to do with the way that they changed the Whispering Egg protectors. When it became clear that I died because of a bug, which was a few months later, I brought back that perma save and I carried on with it. And then it went straight through 4.0 when everything changed. And took me ages to tidy it up and get it working again. And I just got it working again and was confident enough to go out and play it. And then I sort of fell out of love with perma. So then I went into doing when they changed the settings, I went into doing maximum perma with all the settings dialed up. And I took that through to the out. I did the long route to the galaxy. Hi, Hall. I took that through the galaxy and took it to Hilbert. And I thought I could continue this. It would be a nice challenge. And then I just never went back to it. And I just kind of started playing my expedition save and kept doing expeditions. And it was fun. And I think because I was having more fun with the normal mode in expeditions, and I just never really went back to doing perma. So I kind of graduated up and then I've kind of reverted back to easier because it's more fun. Right, so now we really do have to focus and get this right. Because I think what I did is I saved... I didn't make a save after doing 10 things. So Let's pull these out. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 there. So let's put those back in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wrong one. 5, 6, 7. Wrong button. 8, 9, 10. So make a save here. For some crazy reason, all my base builds were on permasaves. I can understand that because I never used to build bases on creative. I always used to build them on normal, and I figured, well, that's because you need to get the resources. That's most of the fun. You have to build it. It's not easy. And so now we need to just pop 10 and see what we get. And I think it should be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It should be this one. Yes, and that one. Yes, so we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Reload restore point. My first Sentinel multi-tool, but just B class, but damage is 11859 versus the old tools. Yeah, well, you're definitely making progress there then. Sentinel, Sentinel B class. They could be hard to find in S class because you've got to go to a lot of harmonic camps. And they're not the easiest thing to locate. Just remember I've seen you on another narrow stream. It's possible. Stuff is part of the fun for sure, but why would you go out, gather ferric dust and kill the powder to fill up them tiny slots off? Well, because you don't have, because you can put them in your freighter and build from your freighter, so it shouldn't matter that much. So we said 6, didn't we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm getting paranoid that it might have been less, so I'm going to put these away and then I'm going to do a save. I think we said 6. Should have written it down. Make a quick save. And think it's one more. And then two of these. Yes. So these are both better than these. So this is... This is 36, this is 37, and this is 32. So 36 bits. So that one and that one. And now we'll see the multi-tool damage potential go up ridiculously high. Just because we're increasing the charging speed, and the charging speed is really not that important, but we're up to 90,625. That one's a really nice. That one's really nice. I might take the I don't know if they did fix it, but oh no, they fixed the worst. Yes, they didn't fix the I made a video about this recently, and then that's why I'm doing this stream at all. I made a video about the fact that they've fixed the worst, it being worse for X, but they've only put it on parity with X as far as I can work out. Which is a bit disappointing, I think. So that could be... Let's get the... For those people that do... because that one is such a nice one. Let's get the seed for it. Because some people just like to save edit these things in and not bother. So... And although I'm not one of those people, I know that some people love that stuff. And... who am I to deprive them? So let's find out what the seed is. There we go. So we are using my Omega Plus save. Multi-tool. So the seed for that one is 63106. Let's don't need to shut that down necessarily. Put it back to the main screen and then go back to... And then I can bring my game to the foreground. There we go. Didn't you just say the same thing twice there, Ignition? Minus 50 plus 14. Hang on. Maybe that isn't the right seed. Let's make a save, because it didn't look like in the right position. I'll just double check that. So go back to the save editor. for me because I'm not seeing it yet. There we are. Save file has been modified extended. Would you like to reload? Yes, I would. Multi-tool. No, different seed. So scratch that first seed. It's 01905. So if anybody just wants to have that and has access to a save editor, all you need to do is make or put in any neutron cannon, and then you can change that seed. And while we're here, what we could do is we could experiment and put that seed in all three of them and see what our maximum is. So that's not one, that's one. If I make a note of that number so I can revert it back. I need to get my notepad out properly here for this kind of stuff. Okay, so 9, 8, 3, 5, 6. 26098. And then the good one was 01905. So if we change both of these to, I keep doing the wrong one there. It's that one. 01905. I didn't type. Am I not on numlock? 01905. 01905. Definitely when it gets serious, when you actually get a notepad out. You've seen me make loads of mistakes so far. I don't want to make a mistake on this one. Then we want to go to save the changes. Actually, I want to quit to mode select so it doesn't. Sometimes the saves can clash, so I just want to make sure that I save the changes at the right time. Oh, I've just shut down the save editor. Okay, well, let's go in and see if it's worked before we can tell, because each of the names should be the same now if it's taken correctly. Oh, I didn't know that one was an S. So that's completely changed. Should have made 3 with the 3 X's. So that's 14 and 50, and that's 14 and 50. The name is modified polarized neutron mirror. Modified polarized neutron mirror. So there you go. So we're going to need to make another one of those. So we want to take that out of there. We're going to build one of these. And then we're going to change that. Make a save. Reopen my save editor. Zero 1905. Save changes. I'm going to do the safe thing again. Quit to mode select. You don't have to do that. You can just reload, but there can be some confusion there. And now that's the same. And we're up to 122,287.7. So still don't think that's...
Technology recharge.
See, theoretically that would be as high as you can get then, wouldn't it? Because this is 49.99 something multi-tool. What was it on my other save? Times 3 is 12282.7. And then you didn't need to retract that seriously, Lise. It's just I wasn't quite ready to go back to it at that point. I have there, and it was making it higher earlier, but maybe with this it won't. So let's try. Yeah, so that's increasing it. With the layout I've got, I can only... Yeah, so that's about as high as I can get. Well, I wouldn't say never, because on my previous setup, the main Neutron Cannon was getting the higher levels because of the way that I was very much tuned in for damage only. And it was the logical place to put it before I started min-maxing. But I would agree with you, once you're min-maxing and you've got really good modules, they should all be together and they should all be mutually supporting each other. I want to double check that we're not missing anything here. I don't think we are. No. It is frustrating that this particular layout, if that supercharged slot was there, we'd get a much better, because we'd get the adjacency here and also here, and that would make a lot of difference. But it's just that one too far away. So that's about as high as I think this multi-tool could ever go. So we'll save that. And I want to quickly compare to what I was getting on my other multi-tool, where they're just all distributed. I can't remember what number was, so that was in my original. And yes, absolutely, 160. You don't need anything like that. We were just doing ridiculous damage earlier and wiping out sentinels without thinking about it, and the numbers were much lower than that. But I don't think it'll make a lot of difference, because all it's going to do is change the charging time. What am I doing? I'm going... Sometimes you just have to stick with muscle memory rather than try and think what you're doing. So it was in one of these. Was it that one? Nope. That's 148994. So that's... Why is that better? These are... Is it just because of that?
Thermal protection falling.
You would have thought that a multi-tool that had 3 in a row and 1 separated, that it would be better than 4 separated but 2 within a space of each other. We've got a supercharged slot here and we've got a supercharged slot here. Actually, I'm covering it up. Let me go to that and then close my save editor out completely. Actually, I don't need to claim. I can just make that invisible. Okay, that's better. So you would have thought that did I just jot down the wrong one? This isn't higher, is it? I didn't actually write down the upper figure, I don't think. One 148,494.0. The other one was 16 something, wasn't it? So this is better. This isn't as good. I'm comparing it to that first number we got before I moved the main thing. Brain's starting to shut down now. I've been on the stream for too long, obviously. 4 hours, no wonder. So that's 163. What? Yes, let's write that down too. 163,144.5. So that is better. So 3 in a row is better. So what we've demonstrated, I think, is that if you're prepared to manipulate the stats, then the X classes do seem to give you good enough results to do that. At least, unless I got very lucky, but that's difficult to test without doing hundreds. Just see if we get another one in this bunch. No. I might have just got very lucky. None of those are any good. Yeah. Yeah, you have said that before. I might have just got very lucky there to get 3. I mean, to get 2 14s, and I think even in that list there was maybe a 13 in that group of X's. I always recommend, if you're going to try and min-max a multi-tool normally without trying to manipulate things, go for S's first. Get it as good as you can with an S, and then start looking for better X's than your S's. So I think it took me about probably less than 30 S's to get a really good one. You might be more lucky, you might be less lucky, but in general, I don't think it will take that long to max out your S's. And I don't really know if X's are going to give you better stats because they seem to be the same in the save file. So I probably just got very lucky that I got a 50 and a minus 50 and a minus 40 high, 49, 48, whatever it was. And you can always get lucky, that's the thing. But what we have demonstrated is that with the S's at maximum, the charge potential, the recharge time makes the huge difference for the damage potential here. And it's just, I won't save this. I'm gonna revert the save in a minute anyway. When I log off, I'll just revert the save, so I don't need to mess around with my things anymore. Those damage potential numbers are heavily skewed by our charging speed. And so if you can get a 50 or approaching 50 charging speed, then you're going to make these numbers much, much higher. But it's not necessarily going to make the weapon any better. We had 3 S-Class at 14 damage, and we were doing more than enough damage, and we didn't seem to be having any difficulty with recharging. It's not like we were waiting for it to charge up. So I still don't think there's any real reason to get X-Class modules. Now that they've fixed the difference. But if you really, really persevere, you can get something like that. It'd be interesting to see if I start messing around with the configurations of these slots, what the absolute maximum is and what the best configuration is. Some people say T's best for this. Some people say it doesn't matter as long as the main weapon can touch 3 X's. But I haven't played with that yet. But I might continue next with my own project as opposed to what I do on screen. I might continue trying to work out exactly how the damage potential numbers figured out, because I'm getting quite close to that with the Neutron Cannon. And then if I can do that, I can make a spreadsheet where I can just move things around and find out what the most effective layout is and do it that way. But there you go, min-maxing S-Class and X-Class modules, getting stupidly high numbers on a multi-tool for no real reason. I've been Pharaoh. Travel well and goodbye for now. Actually, I've just seen a question come in just before I leave, so I was wondering what a plus with the middle non-super would do number-wise. Not sure. I'm not sure because I'm not on that save now, so I can't easily do that. I think I'd fall asleep if I go any further. So thanks a lot and goodbye.